That's fine. Well, some problems already. Okay. Okay. So, anybody have any ideas for subclass? We've got a couple of options that I have thought of, but isn't really what I want to be doing. But you know, I prefer to get somebody else's opinion on it and uh, do something, that'll help somebody else. Like, oh, I really wanted this subclass, but it doesn't exist, so let's make it exist. Oh, hey, how's it going? That's unfortunate. Shouldn't really be hanging out here if you're in the middle of a game. Oh, it's not. Doesn't sound like fun. I'm sorry. Well, it wouldn't, because even though a bag of holding has, a finite amount of space, it it still is just a bag. So you've got to get through the opening of that bag. Yeah. This bag has an interior space considerably larger than its outside dimensions, roughly 2 feet in diameter. So you got to be able to fit through that 2 feet in diameter, or else you can't get in it. Well, now you can quote on why it wouldn't. Yeah, so if you're just joining us, currently taking submissions on some homebrew content that we could possibly make. And we're using the Shard virtual tabletop in order to do so. Let's try this. This is bugging me. I don't like it. But that's gross. Oh wow. Is it your DM that's a big problem, or not if they were the ones being toxic and that's why you left? I don't think there are such things as quick games. All right. Well, so what do you think? Does a Chthonic origin sorcerer sound cool, or a Phoenix warlock patron, or a bardic college of sirens? Maybe even an oath of camaraderie paladin, or think of anything else like, hey, you know what would be cool? All right, let's give it a look. So let's see how that would. So for classes, new. Call it the Phoenix. for the Warlock. And I like just grabbing, we'll grab the Fiend just because it's very fire-based as well. So it'll give us a nice baseline of possibly things to think of for it. So first off, we're going to look at the expanded spell list. So we'll remove everything you get for being a fiend. And now we'll look at spell levels. All right, so first, when I think of a Phoenix, I'm thinking of something that can heal and deal fire damage, pretty much. So that's what we're going to look at. So maybe now something from the Patient School. Probably Burning Hands. Yeah, Burning Hands and Cure Wounds. That makes sense. Also, any ideas, make sure you pitch them in. You think like, oh yeah, that would work. Yeah. Heat metal? Yeah. I like it also because it's not necessarily available to Warlocks already, so it does, in fact, expand their spell list. Heat metal. And see if we can get some other kind of like healing. Oh, maybe healing spirit. Possibly levitate. I'm thinking I like healing spirit. If not scorching ray or pyrotechnics. Yeah, fireworks and smoke. That doesn't make really sense. Let's. Oh, no, I think I'm gonna go with flaming sphere. And heat metal. Oh, I ended too early. First, we need to get rid of that. We also need to change from away from that. Oh yeah, fire shield would be a good. Oh god, why does my webpage look like? Um, okay. All right. To redo this over again? Really? All right. Okay. Now that everything actually looks fine. God, if something looks weird, tell me. All right. All right. Cure wounds and um, we end up picking. Oh, burning hands. That's right. Now we'll go to second level. Okay. And we went with flaming sphere and heat metal. You know, actually, I think I like gust of wind to represent that it's a bird. You know. We could look at them after. Fireball and fly. Sounds good to me. Let's see about probably aura of life, maybe? Yeah, that sounds good. And fire shield. Yeah, I love fire shield. Great. Very thematic. I agree. So what else makes me think Phoenix? Rebirth. Incarnate is close. I can make me raise dead. That works. Raise dead and either another heal or fire. Destructive wave does not radiant. Oh, probably flame strike. Yeah. We'll go flame strike and raise dead. Alright, so there we got all of our expanded spell list. Gotta change this to say Phoenix. Let's choose from an expanded. And Phoenix. Expanded spells. So now instead of a Dark One's Blessing, you know, it's just gonna be easier to beat it. There we go. Instead of trying to uncode it, just get rid of it. So we'll call it Firebirds Grace, maybe? Kind of sense your, you know what, let's go into um Phoenix, starting at first level. Something probably can bolster the vitality of yourself and those around you. As an action in number creatures equal to your charisma. Actually, that wouldn't be capitalized. Charisma modifier. For 3 points equal to efficiency bonus. Rounded. That means at first level, give a bunch of people 2. Don't like that. Oh, starting at first level, whenever cast a spell. Okay, no, yeah, alright, I'm right, but I put it in the wrong spot. Okay. As an action, whenever you cast a spell. Give a number of creatures equal to your charisma modifier. Number of temporary hit points equal to spells level plus 4 efficiency. That works. And that's cool because warlocks start with higher level spell slots. So they get the ability to give this temporary hit points more. Alright, so we gave something to our friends, which is kind of okay. Now we'll give something to ourselves. So which should actually be above this, and I know what it's going to be. Fighter's actually a pretty good one, where they're all pretty good. Battlemaster, if you really want to crunch some numbers and do a lot of damage. Certainly can. Nothing's stopping you. All this fire talons. Does already have an idea in mind for this? Starting at first level. Oh, actually, what we need to do is copy how it's already. So this is the easy part. Anytime you're thinking of something and you're like, oh crap. Oh, that's just so. Right. Say, why is it logging me up? I hate how it's changing the size on me. I got some setting that's just wrong. Why am I making it worse? There, how would I do it this way? How does that look? Okay, that's better. Alright. So we need to look at another class that gets a free subclass that gets a free cantrip. Like I think Twilight gets a free. Oh, I'm so blanking. Oh, I know. Druids. Spores. Oh, but they also gain. Oh, shoot. It's not worded how I need it to. There we go. That's how. Worded. Not that. Bonus cantrip. That's what I was Hey, if you want to. And we can remove the if you don't already know it because they don't have access to the fireball. Actually, you know what? I think I want to give them produce flame instead. You know what? Even better. I think this. I think I want to give someone the option. Between produce flame or I don't know, another cantrip. Maybe light. Resistance, maybe. Oh no, spare the dying. Yeah, we're gonna give them spare the dying. Actually, isn't there a subclass that gets both? Let's just give them both. Because Produce Flame isn't going to be as useful for a Warlock because Eldritch Blast is already like the best cantrip, especially if you're a Warlock. So we gotta change this terminology to these cantrips. Doesn't count against the number of Warlock cantrips you know. Right, and then we code that by saying always available. Flame and boom. Easy. Alright, now at level 6, we need something that's equivalent to you make an ability check or saving throw. Use this feature to add a d10 to your roll. So something swaying luck into your favor. So here's a cool rule of thumb, right? If you're going to do something completely different from an ability, in order to let you know what kind of ability that you're looking at here, a d10 makes me think adding a d10 to a roll kind of makes me feel like it's the bard's inspiration ability, where you can have that inspiration. So if we look at when it becomes a d10, that is 10th level. So any classes like 10th level feature could be put here in this slot because it's about the same thing. So now let's look at some classes' 10th level features. Magic Item Adept. That's not going to work. Yeah, we're going to go into Barbarian, but Path Feature and Primal Knowledge. Let's see what Primal Knowledge is. Efficiency and a skill. Yeah. Oh, Divine Intervention. That could be something that we can use for a Phoenix. I like it. Basically, like, summon the Phoenix in order to, like, we're gonna just copy that right over. Call on your patron Phoenix instead of intervene on your behalf when your need is great. Imploring for patron's aid. Require you to use your action. Describe your system. You roll a number equal to or lower than your Warlock. Your patron intervenes. patron. Or spell. Or patron intervenes. You can use this. I think I should still add. Yeah, you know what? Now that I've typed all this up, I think that does feel like it's a bit too powerful at 6th level. We're just gonna make it at 10th level, because I know that warlocks get a 10th level ability, and sometimes that's what's gonna end up happening. You figure something out, and then you go, wait a sec, it would be better suited if we put it a little bit higher and tweaked it a bit. And I've done that a lot. I've actually posted stuff and then changed it later. Oh, yeah, we'll call that paternal guardian. Like it's a bird caring for its young. Yeah, that's a good way to word it. Alright. So now we need a different 6th. No replacing something at 6th. Then we need to change that. Phoenix named ability. We need something that like really does like some fire damage. So what's called? Yeah, okay. So like an ability like Harbinger of Flame. What? We're a full caster. What are we looking at for 6th level? We're looking at like if we were the 6th level, we're able to start casting 3rd level spells. You know what? We did give it Fireball. I didn't give it Stinking Cloud. Oh, the expanded spell list didn't save. Oh, it didn't update. That's why. There we go. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the Blood Hunter. I just make my own subclasses. Well, see, it's with new classes. It's just I feel like Blood Hunter could have just been a subclass for Ranger instead of it being its own class. No. It's just, it's very hard to make an argument for a brand new class. But as long as you can come up with multiple subclasses for it and have the excuse for even more subclasses further down the line, then I guess you can justify a class. But how many subclasses are there for the Blood Hunter? It's one of the ones that has the fewest, with only 4. Granted, that is equal to the Artificer. So, the Artificer only has 4, and it's actually published, then I guess you can make the case for Blood Hunter. I like how it still says Homebrew, and it's not actually officially... Anyways. Well, that's neither here nor there. I want to give like a free casting of like maybe a fire spell. You know what? Let's look at some... For your background? Well, if you really want that, from Ravnica, the Rakdos cultist are circus freaks. You're an entertainer at heart, a performer with a flair for the dramatic and a love of the spotlight. You've spent years honing your craft, mastering and demanding a set of skills so you can perform them with a panache that you can perform them with panache and make them look easy. The wild applause, the screams of the crowds, the mayhem and terror spreading into the streets, this is what you live for. You're also a member of a cult devoted to an ancient demon who delights in violence and chaos. It just so happens that Rakdos loves a good show, and your highest aspiration is to please the Defiler, the Lord of Riots, with your own performance. And your feature is a flair for the dramatic. And you have to pick one of these performance options, like a spike wheel acrobat, or a lampooning satirist, a fire juggler, marionette puppeteer, a pain artist, which is a real thing in if you watch like America's Got Talent, people putting spikes through their nose and stuff, a noise musician, where you're trying to play music badly on purpose, a nightmare clown, or a master of ceremonies. You know what? link you this so that way you can use it. Yeah. I'm just linking you the website, so. There. Technically, that background exists only on Ravnica, but the player's handbook does allow you to make up your own custom background. Custom backgrounds, how to make ideas. So you can always just, actually, I don't know why I just looked it up. I've already done this. Save our Phoenix patron progress, and I'll show you what a custom background looks like. There we go, custom background. So that's not right. You don't choose equipment. That's wrong. That's wrong. You don't get a feature. So that's the problem if you choose a custom background, you don't get to have like starting equipment. Hold on, let me just verify that. Apparently I made it wrong, so I need to look it again myself. Yeah, so when it comes to the feature part and the equipment part, if you copy any other person's background on their equipment and feature, you'll be fine. So you can just make up a background. All right, back to the Harbinger form. That's third level. Yeah, alright, alright. We're gonna change the spell list a bit. I'm gonna do rent third level spell. Not gonna do fireball. I'm going to instead do I'm gonna grab protection from energy. That works. Because we're gonna make Fireball awesome. I'm gonna show you a picture that will prove you wrong. You saying these guys can't do flips? Turtle Ninja, man. Yeah. Flips is acrobatics. That would be acrobatics. Yeah, it was the closest one. Because if I started searching through, you'd be like, oh yeah, the Ninja Turtles. Yeah, those were from Halloween and never took them down. Plus, if I took them down, they'd probably rip, and then I wouldn't be able to use them again. So we just leave them up. Next time someone asks me, I don't get what you mean. Well, as long as you don't. Gotta check, is there material components to Fireball? If there is, I'm gonna make this ability not need them as well. Oh, bat guano and sulfur. Yeah. Do you know, apparently bat guano and sulfur are explosive. No, okay. This is how I'm gonna do it. Let me if this sounds cool. No, learning 6th level, you learn the Fireball spell. Just gonna add it to him. You can cast it normally, or spend use this feature. Target creature. Make one creature. Taking saving throw. Whoops. Versus not or. And you can also spend a use of this feature to make one creature making a saving throw. Yeah, I'm trying to make it less wordy and just erasing it. Starting at 6th level, you learn the Fireball spell. Google Spike Wheel. Spike Wheel. How about a medieval Spike Wheel? There you go. Those. It's a wheel with spikes on it. So specifically, this would be the exact art for that. Okay. So that background comes from the Magic book tie-in for Dungeons and Dragons from Guildmaster's Guide to Ravnica. So the cards from Ravnica are essentially official art for those. So here's an acrobat on a spike wheel. And the flavor text is, every street's the stage and every screaming bystander is an audience. I think that's the only one depicting a spike wheel. Yeah. If this let me... Actually, everything with spectacle would be from that set. No, not... No, I want it in... Maybe. Not name. Not name. I want to refine this. Here we go. Text as the word spectacle. Here we go. So we've got like a blade juggler. You know what? Also, I gotta redo this. Okay. Stretching a little too far there. And is also there we go. All creatures with spectacle. Oh yeah, this one was funny. Hackrobat. They all want to see me fall. A rafter demon. You can juggle skulls that are on fire. Another demon. And there's the spike whale acrobat. There you go. But yeah, that's like the whole cult of Rakdos. They're all like crazy and put on shows. You mean like this? You not played Elden Ring? Oh. Oh. Well, this is a weapon. It's a big old thing with a... Eh? There you go. But yeah, Spike Wheel. True. They did nerf it as well. So you can't just let it sit there and spin forever. It'll only go for like 2 or 3 seconds and then just stop, and then you have to do it again. But yeah, it used to go on forever. So as long as if someone didn't break your poise, you could just... Alright, you can also spend a use of this feature to make one creature making a saving throw versus or fireball. Disadvantage. It would be creature making have disadvantage versus this. Also spend a use of this feature when you cast Fireball. You don't need armor as a turtle. Your armor is just a 17. And it allows you to use a shield too, so you can just have a 19 forever. Hi. We are making. Actually, this is the last ability, and then we'll kind of review it. A Phoenix Patron subclass. So we're just trying to figure out the wording here. You can also spend a use of this feature when you cast Fireball to make one creature making a saving throw. Have disadvantage. Oh, this is alright. I figured out how to word it now. When you cast Fireball to make one creature targeted by spell have disadvantage. There you go. No extra words needed. I've also made a homebrew race, which had like 6 subclasses. Yeah. Alright, so let's take a look at our Phoenix Patron and see if we need to make some adjustments here. No, see, that didn't come out right. Alright, I know how we can fix this. Yeah, we're not gonna... I know why you did it. And it's Sunday, it's the weekend, we're just not gonna talk about it. Not gonna talk about it. I've been doing this for a while. Actually, let's plug myself some more here. I have made several subclasses on D&D Beyond. So let's dang it, where's the homebrew content? Yeah, browse subclasses. Go. And if we search author, well, that's why I started a Twitch stream. So that if you need help, I'm here. I'm happy to help. Man, that has taken a long time to... There we go. I've done this before. Alright. Let's go ahead and put this in the stream. Anyways, so these are all the subclasses that I've made. Goes for a couple of pages. zoom out a bit. There we go. There's the first page. I'm particularly proud of a couple of them, specifically the Black Flame Zealot and the Rune Lord. There's actually a video on YouTube about this YouTube channel called the Homebrew Crew that saw my submission for the Rune Lord and did a video on it. Hi. Ah, cool. Well, we're about to finish one up, so we can start another one. I posted them on D&D Beyond, so that automatically means I give you my permission. They are there. Yeah, I'll give you a link here. I just don't have my. I'm using a widget for chat, so I don't have it currently up. So give me a sec to bring up my chat channel. A private Discord? No. There you go. The link is really long, but that'll bring you to all of my subclass content. I won't bring you to the race, but now you... Simic background? Well, so the other thing is, if you go with the actual backgrounds for Ravnica, they do come with additional spells, so they are in fact more powerful. So they're meant to be played in that setting. So Oath of Blood was a fun one. You know, you're gonna make me go back there. So Oath of Blood is 2 subclasses put together because there is a good Tenets of Blood and the evil Tenets of Blood. So depending on your alignment, you have different abilities. So your Channel Divinity option, no matter what kind of Blood Paladin you are, you get the Bond of Blood. But if you're a good Paladin, a good Bond of Blood, you gain an additional Channel Divinity. And if you're an evil Blood Paladin, you get an additional Channel Divinity. So you get separate ones that are more tailored towards what kind of blood. Because there are 2 different ways to look at blood. You know, you can think of it like, oh, I must crave the blood, which is very evil, right? Which is why that is called Blood Hunt. Whereas the good blood would be like a blood brother. Like, blood is thicker than water. Like, we're in this together. My blood for your blood. I'll shed my blood before you have to shed yours. That kind of blood. It's like a extremely... Yeah, well, if you read the tenets, that helps... you swear more than just your word. You swear on your life. And the blood is powerful, and you must keep it clean. Yeah. And then, so again, the Oath of Devotion spells are Hunter's Mark, no matter what kind of blood paladin you are, but also Cure Wounds if you're good, or Inflict Wounds if you're evil. And so the Blood Aura is also different. You know, if you're a good one, you gain... you and friendly creatures recover additional hit points equal to your charisma. Whereas the evil is the Aura of Malice. If a hostile creature would recover hit points, they instead heal an amount, that amount minus your charisma. So you make people around you heal less. Things like that. I could go on and on, but instead of making it twice, I just put both as But that was actually the reason that one came out so good is because that one was actually a challenge. Because if you if you just look at homebrew content, right, and you look at subclasses, let's view homebrew subclasses here. Let's just type in the word blood. Let's see just what comes up. 58 pages. And how many to a page? Yeah. Exactly. Everyone and their mother makes a blood-related something, right? Which is why I wanted to do something different. So a couple of my homebrews are things that I hadn't seen before, right? Like a college of tomfoolery. You know, just the shenanigans kind of bard. Or a college of flag bearing. That one was also a fun one, where instead of playing music, you raise a flag and use the flag as a banner to inspire people. So if we look at those, you know, let's... That sounds like PETA might get involved and be like, you're promoting what? Let's type in the word flag and try and find that. See? Doesn't even fit on one page. Not even a single page. And there's also the conflagration domain, and then a lot of flagellant, which, I'll be honest, I don't know what the word flagellant means. A person who subjects themselves or to flogging, a religious discipline for sexual gratification. Okay, a lot of... Wow. That's... I learned something today. Yeah, there was a lot of flagellant. How many of those were there? Look at that. Look at all those way of the flagellant domain, flagellant, or flagellant. I don't know. I don't want to know more about this. But there's a lot of people out there that apparently... I wouldn't say that's a lot, but... I didn't mean to click on it. I don't want to read it. I just want to know... it doesn't tell me the date they were all created, but it looks like kind of sparse. It's kind of all over the place. It's so weird. I wonder if people rate these. Apparently this... Oh, look at the views. No, because yeah, well, it's a barbarian. Alright. This isn't what the channel was for, but we gotta look into this now. Thanks. The flagellant. This has 1,532 views. 57 people have added it to their options. So, and 2 people have rated it as good. So let's read this. Oh, look at that lore. Holy crap. Blood or blood, you or me. Specialized in small one-handed weapons? That's not a thing. When attacking, wielding no other weapons or shields. Constitution modifier to the... Wow, that's powerful! Wow, and also add their Constitution modifier to damage... Wait, you don't even have to be raging to add your Constitution modifier to attack rolls? That's crazy. Yeah. So you can use your strength and your Constitution modifier and stack them. No, it should be you can use your strength or your constitution modifier, not add. I'm not even going to read the rest because that's broken. Which makes sense because someone playing that is probably broken. Yeah, but it's situational. That's the ranger, right? Well, plus ranger kind of gets a pass because they need good subclasses to make them playable. That's how you fix the ranger, is you make the subclasses powerful. So it starts as a 1d4 and only once per turn, not per attack. And it goes to 1d6 when you reach 11th level. So that's not that great. Because barbarians, if they're raging, can just add a straight number, and it's not a variable. So on average, and by 11th level, they're adding... Yeah, so right, and you can in fact stack them, that's true. Hunter's Mark is every attack, but the Fey Wanderer is once per turn. What's Barbarian? Yeah, they're gonna add 4. Oh, sorry, 3. So on average, it is a little bit less, so... Reckless attack, too. That's... See, the difference is it's close, right? Whereas... That you also got at 3rd level. Oh, for sure. Absolutely for sure. You don't even need a subclass for the barbarian to make him like, oh, you're playing a barbarian? Cool. We have a tank. Like all the subclasses are like, yeah, I'm a tank. they're all good. Wait a second. No, right. And wait a second. What? You have too many. Oh, Aura of Life is in the wrong spot. That's why. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. And have Aura. Mm-hmm. Yeah, your wisdom's going to be really good as a ranger, right? Because that's going to be what your spells rely on for their difficulty. So, being wisdom based as well as observant, do you also have proficiency in the perception skill? Oh yeah. So you're looking at 1st level. You've got, what's your wisdom modifier? Oh well. Oh, that's right. Because of Canny is why you have. Oh, that is a bit low, but that still means you've got 20. Yeah, exactly. Or plus 14 active. So, So what? Something that a lot of people don't do, which you can be really helpful of doing, is there's more than the. These are all the actions you can take in combat, right? Search uses your active perception modifier, right? So if you search for, there are certain situations where you might want to see if there's a weakness or something of importance in a battle scenario, or if you're like trying to search for um oh still +9's pretty great. Yeah, Conqueror Paladin is just so great. Well, anyways, you're gonna make you're definitely going to be like the eyes of the operation. Um, let's see. Just trying to. So ask him that this. So this is the most important piece of advice I can give to you. Talk to him beforehand. Be like, look, how do you handle passive perception? If he ignores it, ask if you can swap out observant for something else. Because if you're not going to get the full benefit out of it, and it's ultimately his choice, if he just doesn't run it that way, then he doesn't run it that way. But he should be open to you about the way he interprets the rules before you start playing. So instead of observant, you should take something else. I don't know. Maybe spend the ASIs to bump that wisdom up. Yeah. Just talk to him and just let him know, hey, I'm I saw a lot of so don't put the blame on him. Just say, hey, I was watching a couple of streams and you know, some of those game masters ignored passive perception. So it got me worried. And so I just wanted to reach out to you. How do you handle it? And there you go. That's a stress-free, non-accusatory way to start the situation to be like, hey, is this going to work for me? See, I like this conversation a lot better than the other topic. So I'll show you how the program I'm using, this virtual tabletop, is great because passive perception is very easy for me to keep track of in my games. Yep. All right, it only took almost an hour, but we finally finished here. Let's review it. All right, so the Phoenix Patron. So we have an expanded spell list of Burning Hands, Cure Wounds, Flaming Sphere, Gust of Wind, Fly, Fire Shield, Aura of Life, Fire Shield. Wait a second, that's not right. Fire Shield twice. How'd I do Fire Shield twice? Why was no one paying attention? I'd be like, hey, you're typing Fire Shield again. Thanks, guys. Flame Strike. Unfortunately, so Fire Shield does have two. Oh no, that's not the one. Right, the fire and the cold. Unfortunately, it specifically states that if you have both running, they cancel each other out and you get none. Because the fire melts the cold and the cold puts out the fire. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Flame Strike is what I missed. Okay. So we have an expanded spell list for the Phoenix Patron of Burning Hands, Cure Wounds, Flaming Sphere, Gust of Wind, Fly, Fire Shield, Aura of Life, Flame Strike, Protection from Energy, and Raise Dead. You know what? I think Flame Strike's a 5th and Protection from Energy is a 4th. Did I mess up again? Protection from Energy is a 3rd. Flame Strike is a 5th. So where the heck Fly? Flaming Sphere is a 2nd. Alright. That's where I messed up. No. Gust of Wind. Why are these not in order? Alright, then Fly and Protection from Energy. Okay. Okay. Flame Strike's here. Oh boy. Which means Fire Shield's here. There we go. God, that was a nightmare. So heads up, when you're picking your selectable spells, make sure you pick them in order. That way, you write them in order. Because I was writing them from down here, and see Protection from Energy is before Raise Dead. Okay, there we go. There's our expanded spell list. Then, also at 1st level, we gain 2 extra cantrips to make us very spelly, spellcastery. So we get Produce Flame and Spare the Dying. So we get some extra fire damage, but we also get Spare the Dying. Plus, I like Produce Flame better than Firebolt and just saying like, here's fire damage, because we already have Eldritch Blast for, targeting for damage. This one has the additional benefit of being a torch. So you summon Produce Flame, it's a torch, and then you can choose to then hurl it and make it a spell attack as well. I prefer Produce Flame over Firebolt. The 1d8 versus 1d10 is negligible. It's on average 1 less damage. So we also have Firebird's Grace. Also at 1st level, in addition to a bunch of spells. You can bolster the vitality of yourself and those around you. Whenever you cast a spell, you can give... Whenever you cast a spell of 1st level or higher, we just gave them a bunch of cantrips, so they have the ability to spam cantrips. We can't use that. Whenever you cast a spell 1st level or higher, there we go. You can give a number of creatures equal to your charisma modifier a number of temporary hit points equal to the spell's level plus your proficiency bonus. So, a lot of selfish spellcasting here, but a way to boost your friends later. And then at 6th level, we can also get the Fireball spell. That's why we didn't get it in the expanded spell list. We wait until we get it at 6th. So you have to wait an extra level. So again, very spellcasty, lots of choices, but they're all either fire or healing. And you can also spend a use of this feature when you cast Fireball to make one creature targeted by the spell have disadvantage. And then I have to put in the caveat of you regain the use of this feature after a short or long rest. There we go. See, that's why we're rereading it, to make sure we get everything right. And then finally, the 10th level patron feature is it's exactly the cleric aid feature at 10th level. We're all so divine intervention. It's divine intervention. I literally copied it, except I changed every time it said the word deity to the word patron, and every time it said the word cleric, I changed it to warlock. So the old school way to generate stats was to roll for it. Stat generation. Oh, that is weird. So that looks like your game master has a specific. I used to like the standard array, but I like point buy better because right. So here let's use the standard array. It doesn't matter where we put them. We'll just go right in descending order. Okay. Just so you can see here. No, I need to do it this way. Let's do point buy. Boom. So all points utilized. See? So it's the same as the array, but we make everything 8s here. You'll see that is worth 27 points, the standard array. So using that, and here's your sheet about how many points each stat is worth, you can kind of like finagle it a little bit. For example, what if I want to make the epitome of hyperbole, the barbarian that's just strong, fast, and stupid, right? So we'll pick a race that's Minotaur. That's a great one. So I'm going to do Strength, Dex, and Constitution because of Tasha's rules. We can do 3 +1s or a +2 +1, right? We'll also make him no giant, right? Maybe he hung around some giants. Now for our abilities, when we do point buy, I can put a 15 right there. Boom, 16 strength. I can also put a 15 here for another 16 strength. And I can put another 15 there. But now I've got to put the rest all 8s. See? All points utilized. That is the exact same as 27 points. So that's not super stupid, right? So the average intelligence is 10. That is an average person. You're not dumb, you're not smart, you're just average. So an 8 is only like, you know, your stereotypical bully in high school that's only getting by through sports. 5 is stupid. 5 is like, no, you really should learn how to spell. You should learn how to tie on your shoes by yourself. Kind of. Yeah. So, fun fact, 86 IQ is too low to join the army. It's not too low to join the Marines. Yeah, so it's oh, and it's 85 for the army. Get your facts straight. Hmm. The Marines and the Air Force is actually higher than the Army. Ain't that something? And the Navy's even higher than the Air Force. Judas, you prior service? Yeah. Drowning fish. That's usually that's how my GM on the games that I play. Um. What branch, Judas? Are you in the army too? Who? Or I can't say two anymore. I'm prior service. The first official game I actually ever played in a player as a player for Dungeons and Dragons specifically, and not just a generic tabletop game, was while I was in the army. It was actually while I was in AIT. Nice. Yeah. That was also I could have showed you that too. I think I was actually on that, but yeah, the abilities here for rolling scores. Yeah, you've got standard, hero, and classic. And then there's also the options of, you roll your 6 for your actual 6 attributes, or you can roll 7 and get the extra one. I make a Twitch stream and ask people for what they want for subclasses. That's how I get through it. Or yeah, even that's kind of gross. I mean, there's no bad stat in that, but there's no good stat either. I mean, you're looking at best a 16 after racials. That's, I mean, with the standard array, you can get a 17 after racials. I know that's not better because it's odd, but it makes it so that you can get a half feat and round it off versus spending your whole ASI dumping into your attributes. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, they were my first rolls too. Yeah. No, we in all our game groups, it's completely official that you always roll in front of the GM. Always. Or you roll with a bot in Discord so that he can see that you in fact rolled what you did. There's proof. So I'm assuming Drowning Fish, that's what you did, because the way it sounded, it was worded, was that it was a script. So it's definitely either in the program, the VTT that you're using, or in the Discord server that you're in. So speaking of creative block, that is the end of that. We officially made the Warlock subclass. Yeah, that is true. A rogue can just, yeah, or a fighter who gets those extra ASIs. But remember, rogues get an extra ASI at 10. So they only get one less than fighters. So So a blood hunter is kind of mad. A blood hunter, you want typically strength or dex, depending on what kind of weapon you're going to be using. But you also want a slightly better constitution than you would normally want because of the self-infliction. If your enemies are hitting you and yourself is hitting you, you kind of want more hit points. But then they're also, I believe, I've never played one, so I apologize, but I believe they're also intelligence based when it comes to their abilities. Your choice between intelligence and wisdom. So see, so you have to care about 3 stats. You have to. Whereas everybody else, you really only have to care about 2.5. Okay, so you're definitely going to have to focus on intelligence even more if you're going to multi-class. 13 is a weird choice. Does this give you... Yeah, what's brand of tethering? That must be helpful. I mean, one more level, instead of switching to wizard, you can get advantage on saves against being charmed and frightened. It's pretty good. Is it a build you're looking at? So, anyone have another idea for a subclass? Or maybe even a race? Or something we can collectively make together? That way you can see my creative process, I guess? So, a food-based race that you have to cook and then give sentience? I don't know, man. Or do you mean hamburger as in, like, beef? Yeah. Okay, that's more of a monster and not a playable race. Because technically you'd be a construct. Because you'd be constructed out of the parts of meat that were... But you're also a... Well, yeah, so hamburger's made out of beef. So a cow? A cow person? Wouldn't that just be a minotaur? So sometimes it's worthwhile to make something like funny or whatever, or have like an element of hilarity in it. But I usually do serious things. True. Well, because if it isn't, it would be quite broken. The construct type. Just provides so much. What is this? Just wanted to know. I don't think this is 5e. That's not 5e. You're gonna have to post them again because they're gone from the feed now. If you don't see it on my stream, I don't see it. So would it be a wizard or an intelligence-based fighter? Well, see, here's the thing between justifying whether something's worthwhile of being made a subclass or a class. That array is definitely better than the 12, 13s, and 14s you posted before. The 1-8 is fine. You should have a 1 stat below an 11 because it gives your character. But 16, 17 is pretty good. Be nice if the 13 was at least a 14, but close enough. With your two, you're probably going to have a 2+1s or 3+1s or something. So make the 13 a 14 and the 17 an 18. And there you go. 18, 16, 14 is pretty good for your top 3 stats. True. Or intelligence. Intelligence or wisdom is good to dump if you're physically capable or charismatic. I personally like 8 charisma as a dump if you're not charisma based. Like an 8, like a fighter. Fighter does not need charisma. Neither does a barbarian. Unless they want a better intimidate. Or they have a background of they're like a nice fighter and they just want to have a better persuasion. Maybe. Those are both not often seen cases. So an 8 charisma is okay to dump. So with your blood hunter, you might want to dump charisma. Do they even get any charisma-based skills? Right, yeah. Also, yeah, see, blood hunters don't even get a charisma skill. So he practically built into this, like, oh yeah, I know they're quite mad, but I'll give them a stat they can dump. Plus, how often have you ever had to make a charisma saving throw? Banishment. That's it. Just to avoid banishment. And if it's that bad that your GM is casting banishment at you every single fight, yeah. Actually, even better, let's go to D&D Beyond and look at every spell that requires a charisma save. Right, so the circus performer, you're going to want performance, obviously, because you're a performer. You need performance. Okay, there is a bit of charisma saving throw spells. Ooh. Man, D&D Beyond is really laggy. But look, 1 first, 2 seconds, a third, a fourth, and then the rest are all like 5th or higher. So at low levels of play, you don't need charisma. Yeah, exactly. You get my point. All right, so there was. Let's get back to. Yeah. We're not gonna go there. It's drama-free Sunday. Read my stream info. Drama-free Sunday. Okay, so we're gonna do like so some sort of tactical intelligence-based caster fighter. So what? Okay, that does already exist, Judas. in 2 different forms. Okay, well, so the first thing that came to mind when you were describing that is someone who's actually playing in my, yeah, the Soul Knife in my Monday games. You literally, Psychic Blades, right here. You can manifest your psionic power as shimmering blades of psychic energy. When you take the attack action, you can manifest a psychic blade from your free hand and make that attack with that blade. This magic blade is a simple magic weapon with the finesse and thrown properties. Yep. That came from Tasha's. But you literally create psychic blades with your psionic powers, which deal 1d6 psychic damage. But if you attack with both blades and you hit with the second one's only a d4. But this is unlimited. There's no, see how there's no long rest, short rest, spell cost. You just do that. You just forever have psychic blades. So they're not specifically intelligence based. What they do is they have psionic powers that are fueled off of. So, Judas, you need to wait a second because the final thing they get is the ability to steal someone's spell. No. Where is it? No, I think that might be the... Oh, no, the Arcane Trickster is what you're thinking of, which is from the player's handbook, so shame on you. But their final ability is, in fact, Spell Thief, right there. But they are an intelligence-based rogue, not fighter, but they get spell slots just like a wizard. I'm gonna have to go back to what you said then. I do not see the chat history. It's not really going to matter. They have the same modifier. Just depends on what you're going to plan on doing. Well, I don't have... Well, I make it so that it deletes itself. I read that it was recommended to do that. Yeah. If you just start your channel to make it look like it's... Because if it's still there, some people are like, wait, it's not moving? Why? So if you don't have an active channel, you want it to delete to let people know that the chat is flowing. Right now we have a decent conversation going, so I should just turn that off. Okay. They'll forever be there now. No, that's not as good. Okay. You eat anything weird lately? Yeah. Yeah, Judas is right. It's now, and if you have a decent enough game master, he's gonna see and reflect that. So, okay. All right. So ultimately, I guess we got to look at, is this? Oh, right. I remember something I was going to say earlier about the whole need for subclass versus class. I said this before when Drowning Fish was in here by himself, but oh, yeah, that's a good way of doing it too. But yeah, essentially, you just want to make them comfortable with what they made. But you asked before about this intelligent tactical based subclass, and I believe you said something along the lines of maybe it's worthwhile to just make it its own class. The problem that you have to face, or what you really need to be careful at looking at, is something that you think might be pretty special enough to make its own class with has to then also have its own subclasses too. And if you can only think of like one or two, even only three examples, it's not worth it making it its own class. You need at least four. Case in point, the classes we have now. All of them have at least four. Enough of a diversity to explain why you needed to branch off and make another class. So, I think, especially because we have something like the Blade Singer, I believe is very close, but not close enough to what you're looking at, because we want someone who actually manipulates the battlefield. So the ability to change positions, push, shove, pull. Push and shove are the same thing, but being able to push and pull enemies, maybe even friendly characters. And now I believe I'm defining another subclass. Yeah, I think that already exists, but and you were right, it is in fact a wizard. The School of Graviturgy. You can speed people up, or slow people down, or throw objects. You can also that's weird. You can pull somebody in, or push someone away, or make them fall or make them float. Basically whipping people around. I guess it's kind of... If we made it intelligence based on a fighter, though, and instead of giving them spells, gave them something like the ability to use the help action better. Or a great one is some people call it the Harry action. There's a supplement book called Galder's Gazetteer, where they added 3 new actions in addition to the actions you find in the player's handbook, which one of them is the Harry action, which is basically the opposite of the help action. So instead of giving someone advantage on a check, you give an enemy disadvantage on a check. So maybe, the Harry action is a bonus action. And I just realized I was muted. So, we were making the Warlock Phoenix Patron. And we need to just figure out what its capstone ability is. You can see it says Hurl Through Hell here at the bottom. I didn't go anywhere. I think my internet cut out for a bit because it showed there was no one in the chat. So I might have had a dip in my internet or something. Something happened. But I realized we didn't finish the Phoenix subclass. I didn't do the capstone feature. I stopped at level 10. So, I thought that last thing was hard. Oh, what is? Oh, so you were listening. Mm-hmm. Now, the benefit of what you just did there, of making a new class and 4 subclasses that fast, should explain. Maybe 3.5's Bard, because they had that whole um, that ability where you could just make a random knowledge check, even though you weren't even proficient in it, just because it might have been something that you heard before in your travels. Um, so yeah, old Bard, sure. All right. So it won't be tonight, but I'm copying what you said here. And I think I'll edit my next stream. You know what? I'm gonna copy each one separately here. Yeah, we'll call it. We'll figure that out next stream. call it a halfcaster, blah, blah, blah. That way it's still going unnamed. Oh, yeah. I'm typing it in Notepad too. It's just faster. There. And now maybe just to see all of it better for everybody for next stream. Still a bit long, but I think we might be able to fit all of it. There. Works like that, right? We'll save that all up for next stream. There we go. Okay. But I think you got something here. Also, I would, instead of historical scholar, because we're not going to call it a scholar, we'll call it just historian. Yeah. And maybe if we can come up with some more subclasses that would also help justify it even better. Oh, yeah. Right. So definitely, like, man, we could even call it bookkeeper. Maybe something with the word lore in it, or I don't know. How about this? Let's go to rhyme zone here. This is my favorite place because it's not just for rhymes but also synonyms. Let's just look up the word historian and see what else works for it. See if we might be able to. We'll sort to nouns. A chronicler. That sounds good. All these other ones are kind of long. I don't. Historiographer. A scholar who studies historiography. Well, duh. It's historiography. Is the study of the methods of historians in developing history as an academic discipline. Why do I feel that that still didn't answer? So basically, the way historians. Yeah, right? But the way historians achieved their academic. I historiography is going to get lost on a lot of people. I don't know. I like chronicler. Logographer. Oh, you know what? We could also use librarian. See, scholar is actually one of the synonyms for that, right? So, a bookaholic, if we wanted to get a little. Yeah, okay. Yeah, a cartographer could get both vehicle proficiencies. Going north, yeah. Um, or survival checks. Like that. Going too far down on the document, so I don't want to get my face in the way too much, but I wrote it down there. The name should be the easiest part. I mean, if you made a crazy circus performer that's a blood hunter, I mean, you could practically do anything, and it'll fit. What race did you go with again? Yeah. So I think once we figure out what that strong no, that's your background. What? Oh, Simic hybrid. Oh, oh. Okay, I got you. Simic. I thought you took the Simic background. No, that makes sense. Simic hybrid and Simic background. There's two ways that you can be Simic. Gotcha. Yeah. No, the hybrid. Okay. Oh, so you're like an evolved. Oh, so Simic hybrid and Order of the Mutant actually is pretty thematic. That makes sense. Uh, but if you're only at the point where you're at the name, I think all the help we can do for you is over. So whatever strikes you, man, it's your character. So back to our. Well, how do you feel? I mean, this is mostly yours here, Judas. So, what are you thinking for the possible name for this class? Did you like Chronicler? Or go with Librarian? You know what? Let's actually type Scholar. Let's find synonyms for Scholar and see if we can come up with more. An academic. Pupil. Professor. Any of those striking your fancy? Or maybe once we find out what the core mechanic is, Virtuoso. Are you reading that from here, or are you doing your own thing? Those feel like they're musically inclined. I don't see Maestro here. I'll put that one. Yeah, Virtuoso means... Virtuoso is something, a special skill or knowledge, an expert, specifically a musician or other performer with masterly ability, technique, or personal style. Oh. Well, you hadn't answered, so I brought it up so I could find out what it meant. All right, a maestro is just an artist of consummate skill. Yeah, see, it conducted maestro. And yeah, I was just about to say, like, can a maestro not be related to music? Oh, here we go. Well, I didn't change some settings for the default way chat works. So let's see if that's something on my end. Fonts. Chat delay of 1 second. Yep. I mean, 1 second isn't that big, but and me changing it just made chat disappear for me. So whatever that last thing you said was, I didn't get it. I'm sorry. Hmm. Yep. We're kind of stepping on the toes of the rogue, but efficient, an expert. Oh yeah, let's look at nouns. Genius, a wizard, a virtuoso. That's funny. Oh, what about a master? Oh, no, not calling it a master, but each of these subclasses are called masteries. We definitely found what the name of the subclasses are going to be, right? Agree to disagree? I removed the 1 second delay. Come on, Judas, type faster. Yeah, alright. So, we're getting there. Could be an ace. It just... Oh, okay. Which... Oh, you... Yeah, you're in the Army. U.S. Army, right? You're in the U.S.? Depends on what kind of circus you're running. I would say a disguise kit is more circusy. Because that involves, like makeup and putting on a clown outfit and stuff. Like if you look what comes with like the entertainer background, I think that's gonna that's why. Yeah, I'm in the US. Obviously, if you couldn't tell by my accent or lack of one. Okay. So why would let's take a look at one of these. So let's look at the archivist, right? Expert in ancient text. He's gained the knowledge of arcane. Why is this person an adventurer, right? And why might they be along with a historian, also being a meister? Hmm. The alliteration makes it sound nice. Oh, that's a good background. Yeah, that I've played a haunted one before. That works. Yeah, it's a nice backstory. There you go, man. Person of great skill or authority in a particular field. Okay, all right, Judas. What about the core ability is to actually have like a steward, like an understudy. You play a Meister because you want to play not one powerful character, but two mediocre characters. I don't know, but that's what we're gonna find out. Maybe one of the, maybe one of them. So maybe not like an actual playable character, but a feature that gives you like an understudy that mm, yeah, see, that's what I thought was gonna have to happen. That it just becomes too crunchy at that point, and honestly, I don't like it. Yeah. And then each one increases the die size. Then it's 1d8 days after that one dies, and then 1d9 because word gets around that all your understudies die on you. Yeah, exactly. If we're gonna make this for fifth edition, it can't be so crunchy, like having to juggle two characters. Plus, that's also a hassle for your GM. So, so I do like the idea of having an understudy, but it's not someone who helps in combat. It's someone so like a first level feature. What no matter where you go, no matter what town you're in, someone is your understudy, and they um, spread the word around about rumors going around town or something because you being a meister, maybe that means you're a guild master, and you're actually running around, but you don't have any tangible gold because you're that's not your purpose as a meister. You're being rewarded with knowledge. So you don't want to crunch gold. You only take what's necessary and give it around to your understudies. They make the money, and you keep it in their hands. So you're someone who builds a community. Yeah. And instead of if you fail to give them information, something bad happens, nothing happens if you don't give information. But if you do, you gain benefits. And that's why you're adventuring. I think we figured it out, buddy. So an obligation, just send info back to. I like I like calling it an institution. Let's go with that. Nothing's so maybe you're not the like the institution's owner, but you're the step above understudy. You just finished your understudying enough to gain a level in Meister, and now it's your duty to and campaign start. I wrote this down. Yeah, field. Yeah. Um, what would that be called? Um, an agent of the institution, or what's it called when you just go to a foreign country, like an exchange student kind of thing? What's the terminology I'm looking for? Line of duty or Yeah, that makes it sound like you're at war. Field agent? Field agent? Maybe we can change that for, yeah, in espionage. So let's find out another word for agent, maybe? And then, yeah, exactly. You're right. Yeah, for espionage. Yeah. So let's get synonyms for agent here. Officer, field officer, field researcher. That's better. I like that. Yeah, I've definitely heard the word field researcher before. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what I was. Yeah, field research? Yeah, duh. You nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. That's what we were looking for. So I think also I don't think it would be a combination of like arcane and divine spellcasting. I think it would just be like arcane, and that's okay. We don't have to step on the wizard's toes completely, but the appeal of the theologian is they gain a lot of divine like spells. Okay. Not having them be a spellcaster would be a pretty big define core ability. Drowning fish, the race also really doesn't matter. Whatever you want to. You could take the custom lineage and make yourself part wolf, part giraffe. There you go. You're a really circus freak now. Ooh, Judas, you're really stepping on the artificer's toes right there because that's the infusions, which is exactly their whole core mechanic is the infusions. And imbue, infuse, very similar. See that? I like. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that mean right. So every day, so it's kind of like going back to 3.5 where you had to say, okay, this spell slot is going to be upcasted with this spell. This spell slot is going to be casted with this spell. You have to plan all your spells out beforehand because you permanently write them on the paper and you scratch them out. So that's the whole appeal. So we might be able to. So if that's the core mechanic, we could actually give them. Yeah, exactly. We could even give them more spell slots because the fact that they have to pick and choose what every single one is. Say, for example, Cure Wounds is on their spell list. How many times are you going to make a scroll with it? How many times are you going to upcast it? Do you think you're going to get hit a lot that day? So we could even probably give them double the amount of spell slots. But it'll be worded. Sure. Maybe, right, yeah. Maybe a subclass might give it to them, but yeah, exactly. Because we could make a very combat focused one that's all about using, because that feels like a very Japanese kind of theme where you're using scrolls to blast off things. I'm thinking like Naruto. Mm-hmm. All right, I'm definitely not going to have. That could be one too. We could call him a gambler, maybe. Or a mathematician, someone who likes calculating odds. No, not necessarily. A mathematician is just likes probability and calculations. It doesn't have to be on a die. Anything that has a calculatable outcome. What are the odds I can draw this specific card from the top half? That's, I mean, it's someone who just likes to study probability. So, how about we just look up the study of probability and see what that's called? Oh, I see. You weren't correcting me by saying mathematician uses dice, not cards. You were saying, what about a mathematician that uses dice, not cards? It was a suggestion, not a correction. Huzzah! Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. Press X. Are you... Oh, a calculator. Oh, that's so good. Man, you've got some really good ideas. So we're coming up with a new class and not a subclass. Well, hey, before we get any further, anything I create on my streams like this, especially as a community, is I'm not going to claim anything on it. I would just put it out there. So if knowing that there isn't going to be any revenue, if you want to stop. But yeah, anyways, press X. This is Yeah. Um, so the idea, yeah, cool. Yeah. Uh, yeah, exactly. Raise the tide, and we all float higher. You got it. Let me. We're not gonna need this for the rest of tonight anymore. I can. There. So what we've got is a class called the Meister, someone who is traveling the world um, in search of. Oh yeah, right, a linguist too. Yeah. So press X. The biggest thing about making sure you can create a subclass versus a class is you have to be able to discern if you're trying to make a class. If you're like, oh yeah, this would be really cool for a class because nothing does this. Okay, you can make that point a lot, but can you create a bunch of subclasses for that? And that's the thing. So Judas presented quite a great opportunity with yeah, we've got a pretty good case for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 subclasses for this class. Um, so if it's something that's that broad that can have this many specialties, it should be able to deserve its own. It could be its own class, because if we were to put all of these 7 um, subclass ideas into the same thing, it would be too much. Oh, now that I say that, Judas, what about every couple of levels you learn more knowledge and get better at different fields of interest? Like, instead of archivist, an expert in ancient texts, gaining knowledge of the arcane, that's just archivist is your first. Yeah, expertise, but you can't choose any skill, only the intelligence and wisdom ones, which is a lot of them. Um, but you like one of your first level features is archivist. Um, the ability to read all writing, just as a first level ability. Because I mean, if you're going to study and go out seeking as much knowledge as possible, you've got to be able to read what you're trying to transcribe. Okay, so which 4? Or are you saying try and do what I just did and cut down another ability to say, no, this is something all of them should have? Agreed. Yeah, that makes sense. So, naturalist, theologian is the strongest, I think. Theologian has the most. You're specifically. That's totally allowed. I'm gonna put theologian all the way at the bottom here. We're gonna keep that. That's a really good one. So historian, I think, is going to be a feature and not a subclass. And that's going to be one of the more helpful. That's going to be that core ability that we were talking about before. Well, so doesn't the ranger. So what does the ranger what does the Meister do about nature that the druid and the ranger don't? Oh, you know what? How about instead of the actual nature, we make it like bizarre nature and we make it like monsters, and because you mentioned folklore, right? So what about if they gain their monster researchers, like magizoologists? Right, so we don't focus on martial or caster when it comes to nature, everything else. So the ability to speak with plants. I know they both have spells that way, but this would be like a feature to do that. So you wouldn't have to use a spell slot. You can just speak with plants. Wow, how on the nose is that? Oh, I was thinking like a cryptozoologist. That's what I would call it. Yeah, but in this setting, it wouldn't be crypto though. It would just because they're not they're not unproven. Monsters do exist, so they'd be more. Would it still be just zoologist? What's the prefix for the word exo? Yeah, exo prefix. What's that mean? Outside, outer, or external. Um, what about the prefix meaning for like feral? Is that something? An exo cryptozoologist? Oh, thanks, waifu. Furologist. What would that mean? Fur. I think that would still just be zoologist though. Just because some monsters don't have fur. Unless fur is an actual prefix for something. The study. I'm so glad you said that with only one R and not two. Yeah. Oh. Oh man. Okay. Yeah. So let us. So we will make it exozoologist, and oh, cause that makes it. So that's the theologian then. If it's gonna get into like demons, devils, and the Fae and angels, because theologist is, that whole. Or should we just call the theologist the exozool? Yeah. No. So we still. All right. So I guess if we're struggling this hard, I don't think naturalist is gonna work then. So naturalist is going to end up being a feature. But I don't want it to just end up being just proficiency in nature, because that should just be one of the class skills. All right, let's figure those out. All right, so let's look at all the. I just want to know the skills. I don't need to know what they all mean. Just I want a list. All right, athletics, no. Acrobatics, no. Sleight of hand, no. Stealth, no. So you know what? I'm just gonna write down all the intelligence and wisdom ones. Right? So see if this actually. Um, right, so we've got Arcana. Actually, make sure we're alphabetizing them here. Animal handling. Okay, you know what? So maybe animal handling isn't in the skill list, but when we get the naturalist feature, that does give us animal handling. I don't like that either. No, we're still gonna just have it. All right. So every single intelligence and wisdom skill. So pretty good skill list, because that's the appeal of the Meister, a skill master, right? So having Arcana, Animal Handling, History, Insight, Investigation, Medicine, Nature, Perception, Religion, and Survival. All right, we're gonna drop Religion because the Theologian's gonna get that. right? Because that's going to be one of the appeals of the theologian. I'm not sure about perception though. What do you guys think? If we're making a class called the Meister, who researches the world to drop off this knowledge to an institution, would they be perceptive? Maybe. Yeah, okay. I still like it. Yeah. So I think also we're gonna go like the rogue and bard, and this is gonna be a choose four. And definitely expertise. That's more of a great argument. Agreed. But I think that would be more a character choice. And yeah, you. Great. Yeah. Exactly. So yeah, two expertise, and then an ability archivist. You can read all writing. I like that. Naturalist. Maybe instead of calling something naturalist, I do like they're traveling a lot, right? So maybe something along the lines of Terra. What's the word I'm thinking of? You know what? Instead of trying to name it first, an ability that would be like a feature that makes it easier to trek across distances. Mm. Abandoned knowledge for the sake of something. It's appealing. We'll add that to the end here. We'll just call it Oathbreaker for now. Is this the class that makes someone become a lich once you hit 20? If you choose that subclass? Is that what you just made? That right? You would you just go straight to Demi Lich. Your creature type turns to undead at the end. So we'll end it that way. Creature type becomes undead. The capstone. You just replace your stats with a mummy lord. You're now a mummy lord. All right, let's bring linguist up here. You learn 3 additional languages. So based on the background and race you choose, you can start with a lot of languages. Because I think this is a first level ability. These are your startings right here. Let's put them in order here. The way they be worded is like this. So first off, you can start. You can read all writing. You learn 3 additional languages, and you get 2 expertises. Right, and then the last thing you get at first level has to be something that helps in combat. So maybe the help action, right? Like you had for historian here. History of like battle tactics. Oh my god, yes! That's a subclass. They studied like Sun Tzu's The Art of War. They they like reading like sword manuals, swordsmanship manuals, and oh yeah. So all right, that makes me think that. So in addition to skill proficiencies, we had to do tool proficiencies, and they definitely have a forgery kit. Let's look at alchemist supplies, brewer's supplies, calligrapher's supplies, carpenter's tools, cartographer's tool. Definitely for the cartographer, if that's going to be a subclass. Cobbler's tools, cook's utensils, glassblower's tools, jeweler's tools, leatherworker's tools, mason's tools, painter's supplies, potter's tools, smith's tools, tinker's tools, weaver's tools, or woodcarver's tools. I don't think. Yeah, right. Oh, yeah. Well, a forgery kit wouldn't. You're not carrying around an anvil. Oh, I just thought of something for the calculator, right? So, because you had the historian here, by the way, I gotta end the stream in about 20 minutes here. So that'll be when the stream hits 4 hours. I gotta go to bed. That'll be midnight my time. So let's get as much as we can here, and we'll finish the stream. Probably won't be till Wednesday night. This time. So we'll yeah. Anyway, yeah. Instead of talking about future things, let's just do as much as we can here. All right. So with the calculator, let's make that a feature. So, because I think, again, this is going to be something strong to present this to every Meister. We call this calculator an ability, I'll just say it instead of typing it at the same time, where you you make a prediction about what a specific enemy is going to do on their next turn, and if you get it right, I don't know, you get to make a reaction without it using your reaction. Instead of calling it calculator, we'll call it calculate probability. Okay, so we have easy. We just fourth wall it. Or there's two ways to go around that, and we'll see which one you like better, right? Because I'll represent the GM side, and you'll probably represent the player side here. So option number one, we worded that you secretly choose what the action is, and then if they do it, you flip it, and or if you're playing online, maybe you whisper the action to one of your fellow players, and then they reveal it if it's true, and that way, it's not on you. But if you're playing in person, it'd be very easy. You just have a piece of paper and you write your prediction, and if it comes to pass, you go, aha! And then you present that to your GM. Or we just have you I was going to say something similar. So it's so it just keeps getting more powerful, but maybe the benefit, or you only get to keep rolling if you got it right. So it's so maybe a more powerful bonus than whatever you were thinking, and just say, so there's a 1 in 6 chance that you're going to get a bonus because you're like, aha. And I was thinking more like you get a bonus to your armor class because you know what they're going to do. We're on the same page. I think we're going about it so maybe you can give. I like getting a bonus to the armor class. I think that's a good way to represent that information, to show that they are a combat support. Right, but you can hand out a bonus to armor class. So maybe it starts off that you can target yourself, but in a couple of levels you can target anybody. A couple more levels, you can target, or no, maybe just you could target a number of people equal to your proficiency bonus, and then it just scales on its own. So how it would work is, yeah, at the start of combat, you roll a d6. And if you get a 6, for that round, 2 people just get +6 to their armor class. Yeah, that's really powerful, but it's only going to last 1 round. But if it does last, so if you do get it, next round, you get the d6 back. But it only works on a 6 for the first round. Yeah. Well, see, now you're talking about just tanking. But it's, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, but this has the ability to trigger off of itself again if you succeed. But then it, you gain you get to use it again if it's a 5 or a 6. And then again the next round on a 4, 5, or 6. And then on a 3 or higher, 2 or higher, and then on the 6th round, the final round, so instead of you get to distribute an amount of bonus AC equal to the number. So you could give one guy 6, or 6 people 1, or all the degrees in between. And then each time, every round that goes by after that, it is easier to get the roll, because you still get the amount even if it's a 5 or higher. Well, because I was thinking if you liked that, then a later feature, maybe like when you hit like 10th or 11th level, you get to re-roll, or and it, we can buff it, and then maybe it's a D8 later on after that. There's many ways to scale that. Yeah, that's what we're saying, but so this is going to be one of the core features. This is going to be one of the rocks, not a ribbon. Like, the whole point of this class was to be someone who looks at the battlefield like they look at research and go, oh, I can see what they're going to do. If I can communicate this, we can turn the tide of battle in our favor. So this would be something that should be ongoing. But instead of diminishing it to the point of you don't get it at all, I think that the first round of combat, you roll it. You only get to distribute an amount of armor class equal to the roll if it's a 6. If it's a 5 or less, nothing happens. But if you get a 6, man, that first round of combat's going to be awesome, right? But as you calculate probability, if the next round you roll a 5, right, exactly, or we can make it better later. But on the second round, if you roll a 5 or a 6, you're able to spend that many, give any number of creatures equal to your proficiency bonus, that much armor class. And then the next round, a 4 or higher. So you're more likely to get a bonus, but it might not be the most. So it kind of like does this V-shaped, it gets better and worse at the same time. You're more likely to be able to get an armor boost, but less likely to get an amount that's awesome. And maybe to keep track of it better, instead of saying at the start of every round, we just say after initiative, and every initiative count 20. And then that's when it just happens. So that way, it's not like, oh, combat starting, I gotta roll my d6. It's just like, all right, did anyone get a 20? Yep, I always do. I always get a 20 because my ability is always a 20. Do you think that's a dumb idea or a good idea? Hmm. I'll just say at the start of each round, roll a 1d6. How's that gonna be worded? You can, on a 6, you can give a number of creatures within 30 feet no, a number of creatures you give up to your proficiency bonus a number of creatures up to your proficiency bonus. That's how it's worded. God. You can give a number of creatures up to your proficiency bonus. You can distribute. That's better. You distribute an additional 6 bonus AC to a number of creatures equal to your proficiency bonus within 30 feet. That's how it's That's how you word it. God, the wording on that was just as hard as coming up with the ability itself. At the start of each round, roll a 1d6. On a 6, you can distribute an additional 6 bonus AC to a number of creatures up to your proficiency bonus within 30 feet. There, that's worded right, because distribute means you can split the 6. Next round, and each round after that, the result and bonus of the D6, the D6 is reduced by 1. And then, of course, I'll write, for example, and we'll skip next round and go to round 3, just to make it on the third round. A result of 4, 5, or 6 will... Oh, you know what? Instead of specifically naming this, on a 6, you can distribute that much. There. Additional bonus AC. Next round, and each round after that, now we can just say the result of the D6 is reduced by 1. No. Each round after that, the amount, the result needed to distribute is reduced by 1. For example, on the third round, a result of 4, 5, or 6 will italicize the or. Whoa, that doesn't work. Not in Notepad. Thought for sure it did. Oh, it changed the whole thing. Oh, God. It must have been in bold before. There we go. God. All right. Don't do that again. For example, on the third round, a result of 4, 5, or 6 will... Well, there you go. You learned something else. A result of 4, 5, or 6 will distribute that much additional. All right. Yeah, calculate probability is going to be pretty good. I've actually heard of obsidian, so right. I also want something like the Depth Explorer, like traveling's easier. Or just traveling's easier. That's how we're gonna write that. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely cool. And so, and another thing, since that's a core ability, what we can do is with our subclasses, calculate probability can do other things, right? So, for example, with the theologian, since he's about religion and everything like that, um, depending on if you have a focused study of like the heavens or something, you could possibly use your calculate probability to either boost AC or heal everyone that much, right? So calculate probability becomes this, oh, I have the ability to give a bunch of people 6 of something. It doesn't have to be AC. Or maybe if we have one that's or probably temp HP. Yeah. You know what? I think you just named I like it. Not as a class title, but we're gonna use that for the word instead of Depth Explorer. We're just gonna call it Globetrotter. There you go. Globetrotter's now the name of the feature that makes traveling faster. No, I didn't mean the class. Yeah, feature. No, yeah, yeah. Something. So I'm not gonna write it down because I gotta end the stream. But yeah, so let's save. Save. um. Yeah, like you and all companions who travel with can travel at a fast pace without any increased difficulty, something like that. A real fluff ability. That's definitely going to be like a ribbon. Maybe. You know, I if things take off and this ends up being a big thing, maybe I'll devote better resources into doing it. But yeah, man, I really had the intention of creating a subclass, but man, this you got me all into this class, man. Yeah, so I think definitely it's going to be historian, cartographer, theologian, and oathbreaker. And I think cartographer might be the weakest. So let's make. Yeah, that's okay. So that's the last. That's the last thing we need to make sure at level 1 because reading all writing and additional languages and expertise isn't enough. for first level. That's not going to be able to put them to the level of adventurer, right? So we do need some sort of ability that is damage. And we'll discuss that next time. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, one of the words. You too, waifu. One of the words we were trying to think of for Meister for the class, I thought of using for that spell scroll ability. Well, Chronicler. How about using Chronicler for spell scroll creation? There we go. Save my notes for next stream. And now let's. Yeah, I want to set up next stream to let you guys know when you should be able to come back and expect me. Well, you know what? I'll update my schedule with the next time we'll work on this, and I'll update the info for the stream to show that we're going to be working on the Meister class. If you want to pay attention to that, and that'll let you know when we're gonna make more notes and maybe officially make the core class itself. Figure out where the that's a great question. So the program I normally use is my virtual tabletop because um, my game that I run on Tuesdays uses Shard. So if I want my players to be able to use it, it would have to go there. But I think I might, depending on how proud I am of this, I'll probably also post it to D&D Beyond. And any other sites if you want me, if you have any suggestions, but probably those two. And my D&D Beyond name is Rinicus, if you want to be able to find it that way. Yeah, maybe I'll update my about information to show what my username for D&D Beyond is. That way you can find anything that I end up posting. That's probably going to be a good way to go forward. Yeah, that works. There you go. That's in chat. Yeah, no problem. Thank you. I mean, you provided um, definitely at least 50% of maybe even 60% of uh, everything. So you know, this is definitely as much your class as it is mine. So